Chapter 1. You are born in Kemet, where the body is a prayer. You were not born in a house, not in a field, not in a palace. You were born by the water, among reeds and moonlight, when Isis leaned close to Hapi and the Nile curved slightly, just enough to welcome one more soul who would one day know how to touch without touching. Your mother was not a prostitute. She was a Sujmet Necher, a priestess of Hathor, goddess of music, wine, laughter, and sweet longing. Women like her were not hired for a night. They were summoned for temple festivals, where bodies were harps, breath was incense, and touch was the whisper of divine wind. You were taught not to be ashamed of the body, because the body is a temple, because pleasure is a tool, because when a man weeps beneath your fingertips, it means something ancient inside him has remembered the truth. You did not sell yourself. You shared yourself, like wine in golden bowls at sundown, when priests grew weary of psalms and pharaohs of victories. They brought you to the temple at 13. Your hair still smelled of river water. Your skin was soft as lotus leaf, but in your eyes burned the same slow fire that lived in women who could make warriors forget their mother's name. You learned to laugh, just enough for men to hear it echo on battlefields. You learned to stay silent, just enough for the same sound to visit them in dreams. No one called it prostitution. There were no such words in Kemet. There was Hemet Necher, woman who serves the gods through delight. There was Katia, she who receives the weariness of the world. There was Nejem, sweet, pleasant, soft as sacred music. You were one of them. One evening you stand in the inner courtyard of the temple. Candles flicker on the water. The stones breathe warm hieroglyphs. A man stands before you in a gold collar. His hands tremble. "I'm afraid," he whispers. You touch his chest, not as a woman, as a priestess. "You're not afraid," you whisper back. "You are remembering." He cries, and you take in all his fatigue, because that is your work. Because night is a mother, and you are her whisper. They did not record your name. The Greeks erased it when they came. But no pyramid stands without shadow, and you were that shadow, the one where greatness laid down to rest. Because even a pharaoh is just a boy when alone at night, and it was then that you came to him, like a prayer, too sacred to say out loud. If this slow journey into the Temple of Hathor touched something in you, leave a comment, share your city, and subscribe to hear the next story. In Chapter 2, you will sit at the symposium beside Socrates, not as his student, but as the only woman he truly listened to. Chapter 2. The Courtesan's Code, where Athenian minds met a woman's eyes. You were never allowed in the agora, not as a citizen, not as a speaker. But when you walked through it, heads turned anyway. You were not a wife. You were not a slave. You were something they didn't have a word for. So they borrowed one from the gods, hetaira. Not a whore, not a concubine, a companion, a companion. A woman who knew how to listen and knew exactly when to interrupt. You live in a tall house near the Phoenix, where the men shout about democracy during the day, then whisper to you at night. They call it Athens, but you know it's a city of performances. Men wear togas like masks. Philosophers pontificate in public and crumble in private, begging you for silence, for softness, for something that isn't carved in marble. You are educated, fluent in poetry, politics, music, and myth. You play the lyre like a hand speaks. You quote Sappho, not for seduction, but for precision. Your words are careful. Your silences are sharper. That's why they come to you, not just for pleasure, but for permission to be something other than a mouth. Socrates visits you, not in the way others do. He doesn't ask for your touch. He asks for your opinion. He calls you Phyllis, a friend, a soul. He speaks of the soul constantly, but you know he has only ever tried to describe it. You, on the other hand, have touched it with your tongue. In your rooms there is wine, not too much. There are candles, not too bright. There is a couch, where knees brush unintentionally, then intentionally, then no longer need to. Once a young man, a soldier fresh from the border, asks you, "Are you not ashamed of what you do?" You look at him the way a mirror looks at a wound. "I speak," you say. "I choose, I earn. Tell me, soldier, do you?" He does not answer. He comes back 2 nights later. They will not build temples for you. Your name will not be etched in the stone beside theirs. But they will steal your words, quote your laughter, claim your silences. Centuries from now, people will speak of Socrates, but they will not know that one of his deepest questions was whispered into the dark by you, and that he never answered it. Chapter 3. The Temple of Stars. When every woman in Babylon became a prayer. They say it was a myth that no woman would ever give herself to a stranger in the name of the divine, that the story was invented by travelers, Greeks with sharp tongues and shallow memory, foreigners who looked at your city and saw only smoke where there had been fire. But you remember, because it was not myth. It was you. You were 16 when your mother whispered the words to you. Not with shame, not with warning, but as if she were giving you a key. One day, she said, you will climb the steps to Ishtar's temple. You will wait beneath the stars. And when the goddess chooses a man through fate, you will offer yourself, not to him, but through him, to her. You remember the way she smoothed your hair after, as if you were still 5 years old. But you weren't. You were a daughter of Babylon, and the goddess was waiting. The temple stood above the city like a spine of white stone. 7 layers of sky stacked on each other, each one closer to something unspeakable. You'd seen it all your life, lit by fires in the evening, draped in blue silks at festival, ringing with bells and laughter and drums. But the inside, you'd never seen the inside. Until that night. They bathed you in water mixed with salt, rose kettles, and a single feather from a desert hawk. They braided your hair with threads of gold, painted your eyes with crushed lapis, traced your lips with pomegranate oil. They did not ask you if you were ready. They only said, "The goddess will know." And you believed them, because your hands were trembling, but your breath was steady. You walked the steps barefoot. There were so many of them, more than you thought possible. By the time you reached the top, your feet ached, but your thoughts were clear, emptied by the rhythm of climbing, stripped down to pulse, breath, waiting. There were others, 5 girls already waiting on cushions, each dressed like a song waiting to be sung. The air smelled of cinnamon and smoke. And stars. So many stars. There were no names spoken here, not yours, not theirs. Only the name of the goddess, Ishtar, Queen of Heaven, Lady of the Lion. She who loved equally with her heart and with her hips. She who wept for men and buried them beneath kisses. She who turned desire into command. You sat. You waited. Time passed slowly, not like minutes, but like wind shifting through dunes. When he arrived, you knew it was him. Not because he was handsome, he wasn't. Not because he smiled, he didn't. He was quiet, dust on his cloak, a coin in his palm. He knelt before you. He offered the coin. He didn't speak, didn't have to. You took it. not because you wanted him, but because the goddess had brought him. And in that moment, you became more than yourself. The room was small, lit by one oil lamp. A bronze mirror hung from the wall, not for vanity, for reflection, for memory. You untied your veil. He trembled. You didn't. Because you weren't a girl anymore. You weren't even a woman. You were a vessel. You kissed his brow like a priest might anoint a king. You placed his hands on your waist, his shame unraveling like old cloth in a stream. He was gentle, grateful. And afterward, he wept. So did you. But not from sorrow, from something older than joy, older than words. He left quietly, no name exchanged, no promise made. You walked back to the others, sat on your cushion, stared at the stars. A priestess poured honey into your hands, a blessing. Another offered dates and warm wine. You stayed until the sun began to rise, until the stars faded and the roof turned gold. You never did it again, not because it hurt, not because you regretted it, but because it was only meant to happen once. That's what made it sacred. One night, one touch, one surrender, and then a life renewed. Years passed. You married a man with strong shoulders and kind eyes. Had 3 children, taught your daughter how to braid gold into her hair. And when she turned 16, you whispered the same words your mother had whispered to you. One day, you will climb the temple, not for him, for her. And she didn't cry. She only nodded and stared out the window toward the distant ziggurat. Now you are old. The temple still stands, mostly. Its walls are cracked, its stones buried under sand and neglect. But still, sometimes you visit. You touch the lower steps, you sit in silence, and you remember what it meant to be chosen not by a man, not by law, but by the goddess. To give yourself once, completely, and then live the rest of your life whole. The world doesn't believe in sacred things anymore. They call them myths. They call them lies. They call them shameful. But you know better. Because you were there. Because your body still remembers the night it became a temple. Because somewhere the goddess is still watching, not from the sky, but from beneath your skin. You live in a city where men write rules faster than they can remember them. A city of columns and scrolls and eyes that never look directly at you unless you're alone. You are not a wife. You are not a slave. You are what they whisper about in the bathhouses, what their wives fear but secretly envy. You are a meretrix. They call you registered, taxed, regulated, as if a woman like you could be contained by ink and signatures. But you know the truth. You are freer than any Roman wife in her gilded cage of virtue, because you can say no,
And, more dangerously, you can say yes. You live just outside the forum. Your apartment is on the second floor, modest but clean. From your balcony, you watch the senators pass like marble ghosts, arguing over grain and glory. Some of them visit you at night. They remove their rings before entering, as if that would make them invisible, as if that would make them innocent. You keep a small lamp burning in the corner, not for light, for memory, because every man who visits you will one day pretend he never did. But you remember everything. Your name is not written on family trees. You are not honored in ancestral rites. But you are the reason many of those lineages even exist. The comfort, the distraction, the warning. You have watched empires rise and collapse inside your bedroom. You have kissed lips that will one day order invasions. You have held generals as they wept because the boy they trained died in Gaul, or because their wives no longer look at them with fear. They say Rome is the world, but Rome is just a man's dream made of stone. And you are the soft hand under the marble, the body that catches them when law fails, the voice that says, "I understand," when their mothers, wives, and statues cannot. Once you met a matrona, a proper Roman wife, swaddled in rules and fabrics, her eyes sharp, her mouth bitter with silence. She asked you, "Don't you ever wish you were respectable?" She looked at her hands, wrapped, pale, unused, and you said, "Respectable to whom?" She didn't answer. A year later, you saw her again, this time without a veil, this time in your doorway, asking not for advice, but for sanctuary. You let her in, because you understood, because you always do. Your registration scroll is kept in a drawer, stamped by a clerk with trembling hands. It declares you a legal woman of pleasure. It permits your existence, but it cannot define you. Because no scroll records how you soothed a soldier's screams, or how you memorized the poetry of Catullus just to say it backward while you danced, or how one dying senator begged you to hold his hand so he wouldn't leave this world alone. They will not write those stories, but they happened. You were there. You made them human. There is a man you see often. He never touches you. He sits at the edge of your bed and talks. His name is Gaius. He has 3 sons, a wife with migraines, a reputation made of gold. But in your room, he becomes a boy again, asking questions no philosopher will answer, looking at you as if you are not a woman, but a mirror. One night he says, "I would give up everything to marry you." And you say, "That's why you won't." Because you know what men do when they marry women like you. They love you until the contract. Then they break you, trying to make you smaller. You are not meant for kitchens or censuses. You are meant for the pause between breaths, the part of life no law can name. You walk the streets during daylight sometimes, covered modestly. No one sees you. You see the Vestal virgins in their white robes. They pretend not to see you too. But when one of them slips away in a side alley, you catch her glancing back, and you know. Even those who are sworn to fire sometimes crave the warmth of skin. You have lived through the reign of 3 emperors. You have seen blood on the marble steps. You have hidden lovers under your bed and buried secrets in your silence. Rome pretends to be built on reason, but you know better. Rome is built on need, on hunger, on the places law cannot reach. And in those places, you are queen. One day, your name will be forgotten, not because it didn't matter, but because it mattered too much to be written down. They will call you a type, a figure, a warning. But you were never a warning. You were a sanctuary. You were a question mark in the shape of a woman. And no decree from the Senate will ever erase that.
You are not a wife. You are not a concubine. You are something more dangerous. A woman who can read. A woman who knows how to pause between words, to tilt her head just enough that 1,000 meanings slide silently off the curve of her cheek. They call you Yi Ji, not prostitute, not servant, but courtesan, a name folded inside itself, like paper soaked in perfume, like a poem never meant to be read aloud. Your house is quiet, always quiet, not because there is nothing inside it, but because everything that lives here requires silence to breathe. Brushes, fans, wine cups, men who no longer believe in love, but who still believe in you. You serve tea the way a calligrapher draws ink, slow, deliberate, inevitable. You speak the way poets write their final line, not to impress, to leave something behind. When men visit you, they bring offerings, a peach, a verse, a glance they are too afraid to finish. You sit behind a silk screen, play the pipa. Your fingers flutter like moths, and suddenly the room isn't theirs anymore. It's yours. You did not choose this life, but you chose to master it. When your family sold you, you were barely 10, a pale scrap of a girl with a voice like bamboo wind. They gave you a new name. They trained you like a dancer trains her body to forget pain. Calligraphy, poetry, lute, etiquette. By 15, you could outquote scholars and outsmile generals. By 17, men who conquered provinces sat at your feet, waiting for you to laugh. You laughed when you meant it, and sometimes when you didn't. That was the art. You never performed in brothels. That was for others. You performed in gardens, under moonlight, beneath plum blossoms, with men who could afford not just your time, but the illusion of your freedom. They didn't pay for your body. They paid for the idea that you chose them. And sometimes you did. There was one man, a magistrate, with sad eyes and beautiful hands. He visited you for years, never touched you. He just brought poems, folded carefully. Always 4 lines, always unsigned. You knew his handwriting, but you never told him. That was your answer. And he kept coming, even when his beard turned gray, even when you stopped playing the pipa because your fingers ached from years of pretending they didn't. You knew other women, sisters not by blood, but by breath. One died of heartbreak. One disappeared after her patron took her across the sea. One carved her own name into a lacquer box and buried it under the floorboards, just so someone would remember she existed. You remember. You still say her name in the quiet between clients, because someone must. You've seen dynasties change, emperors fall, laws rewritten, the forbidden city catch fire and rebuild itself like a phoenix made of stone. But they still come to you, because some men never tire of being seen by someone who doesn't flinch, because even a warlord, even a poet laureate, even a monk who's broken his vows, needs someone who will listen without waiting to be forgiven. They say you are expensive. They say you are dangerous. They say your words have caused scandals. What they don't say is that you have saved more lives than any minister, healed more wounds than any apothecary, by being soft when softness was forbidden, by being sharp when they expected silk. One day you will stop performing. Your body will no longer respond to music the way it once did. Your hair will gray, your wrists will grow tired, but your words will still live. Not under your name. No, that was never allowed. But in the phrases men mutter in their sleep, in the verses copied and recited by others, never knowing the source. You are the source, and that, too, is an art. Now you sit by the window. Your fingers brush across the rim of a porcelain teacup. The sky turns indigo, and the last plum blossom of spring falls without a sound. You whisper a poem, not for anyone to hear, but because the words are alive and they want to be released. Like you. Chapter 6. Whispers Behind the Veil. Women of the Ottoman Harem and the Politics of Skin. You arrive in silence, not by choice, but by design. There is no door you walk through, no ceremony, no welcome, just a sudden absence of your name, of your language, of the sky. They say it is the most beautiful place in the empire, and it is. Golden tiles, carved cedar, silks that catch candlelight like rivers catching moonlight. But to you, it feels like a mouth closing. This is the harem, and you are now part of it. You were taken at 14, not stolen, purchased, not from a family, from a famine. Your mother sold you to a trader, not because she didn't love you, but because she did. Because she wanted your stomach full, your hands warm, your future alive. And so you were brought across the sea, in a ship that smelled of spice and sweat, taught to bow with your eyes, to smile with your wrists, to move like silk that had forgotten how to wrinkle. Now you wear a new name. You don't say it out loud. It belongs to the palace now. You live among hundreds of women, each one wrapped in layers of clothing, of fear, of possibility. They call it a prison, but it's more complicated than that. It is a machine of beauty, hierarchy, envy, poetry, and waiting. Always waiting. You learn quickly. The usta, the head mistress, teaches you how to walk without seeming to walk, how to serve coffee so the foam sits like cloud skin, how to listen without looking, how to cry without making a sound. But most importantly, she teaches you how to watch. Because in the harem, power doesn't roar. It rustles. In the rustle of slippers, the glance held 1 second too long, the scarf folded the wrong way, the girl who disappears. There are favorites. Of course there are. The Sultan chooses one for a night, a month, a year, and sometimes for life. Those women become Khadins, consorts. If they bear a son, they become Haseki Sultan, royal mother. And if their son becomes Sultan himself, then the woman who was once a no one, a servant, a number, becomes the most powerful force in the empire, behind the veil. You don't dream of that. At least, not at first. At first, you just dream of sleeping without being watched. But as months pass, you learn the rules beneath the rules. You learn that kindness is currency, that alliances are sewn tighter than corsets, that perfume can be a weapon, that poetry is both shield and dagger. You write verses in your mind as you sweep the floor. I am wind behind marble, shadow behind silk, skin turned language in a palace that does not speak my name. You never write them down. They would have you whipped for less. One night he notices you, not because of your beauty. Beauty is everywhere here. It's the air. No, he notices you because you look at him and do not flinch. You do not lower your gaze quickly enough. You let him see your eyes. He says nothing, but you are summoned the next evening. You do not sleep that night. Not from fear, from calculation. You have no illusions. You are not in love, but you are not nothing either. You are a thread, and now you might be pulled into the fabric of something bigger than yourself. That night you wear the color he favors. You are washed, oiled, perfumed. You sit in the room like a vase carved from stillness. When he enters, you do not tremble. You let him speak first. He doesn't ask your real name. He doesn't offer his. You are not two people. You are two roles, moving in rhythm as history has trained you to do. He is kind, or at least not cruel. He touches you the way a man touches something he cannot afford to break. And afterward he asks, "Do you miss your home?" You do not answer, because home no longer exists, because the girl who missed it was left behind on the ship. You only say, "I am where I must be." And he nods, as if that's the truest thing he's heard all year. You see him again, not often, but enough. Other women begin to notice. One whispers that you smell like musk again. Another leaves a note in your shoe. Watch the walls. They remember. You become careful, but not afraid. Because you've learned the most dangerous women here are not the most beautiful. They're the ones who listen more than they speak. You are becoming one of them. You begin to rise. You are given better robes, more silver in your sleeves, a private room. You are not free, but you are seen. That is something. And in a world built on silence, being seen is power. You write again, in your mind, "I am not his. I am not yours. I am the shadow that watches kings sleep, and the breath they forget they are holding." You wonder if your mother would recognize you now, if she would weep or bow. Maybe both. You do not cry. Not because you're strong, because tears are a luxury, and you have not earned them yet. The palace is quiet tonight. You walk the corridor alone, bare feet on cold tile. You pause beneath the arched window. Outside, the Bosphorus glitters. Inside, the world waits. And you, the girl with no name, no papers, no home, are becoming the most watched woman in the empire. Not because of what you did, but because of how you did not break.
Chapter 7. The Women in Masks, Venice, Contracts, and the Golden Beds of Power. You arrive in Venice not by accident, but by arrangement. A name whispered across borders. A contract signed in candlelight. A ship rocking gently beneath the stars. And then the lagoon. Venice is not a city. It is a performance. Stone pretending to float. Decay pretending to beauty. Gold pretending to be love. You do not pretend. Not anymore. You are led through narrow alleys, where shadows drip like wax from the edges of balconies. Every window is watching. Every silence is choreographed. They call you courtiana honesta, the honest courtesan, as if there were such a thing as an honest transaction between flesh and money. But you understand. It means you're educated. It means you've read Petrarch and quoted Ovid. It means you can speak French, play the harp, and exit a room in perfect silence. It means you can sit beside a doge and make him forget his wife speaks at all. Your apartment is above a tailor's shop. The ceilings are low. The walls are red. You keep lavender tucked in your pillowcase and paper hidden beneath your floorboards. There is a golden bed, not metaphorical, actual gold, gilded at the posts, with red satin that makes every visitor feel like a king, even if they arrive smelling of fish and failure. You don't need to seduce. You only need to wait. In Venice, desire is a tide. It comes whether you want it or not. Your first patron is a silk merchant, with rings too big for his fingers, and teeth that click when he speaks. He treats you like a glass he's afraid to drop. You let him. It's easier that way. He brings you gifts, pearls in silk pouches, poems he didn't write, a parrot that curses in Greek. You smile, you thank him, you let him undress you like he's solving a riddle. But afterward, when he sleeps, you write. You keep a journal no one will ever read. In it, you list every man who's touched your skin, not by name, by scent. The almond-breathed senator, the honey-fingered cardinal, the perfumed boy with too much sadness in his eyes. You do not judge them. You simply record. Because someone must. Because the city forgets so easily. But you do not. There are other women like you. You see them at the opera, faces masked, eyes sharp. You nod, they nod. You never speak. You are competitors, but more than that, you are mirrors. When one of you disappears, the others feel it like a missing tooth. One night you hear a rumor. A courtesan tried to leave, to marry, to start a life where her name wasn't followed by a price. She was found in the canal. You do not believe the official story. No one does. But you never speak it aloud. A nobleman visits you often. He is quiet, generous, watches your hands more than your hips. One evening he tells you, "I trust you more than anyone." You laugh, softly, the sound like water over stone. "That's your mistake," you say. He smiles. But later, when you see your reflection in the gilded mirror, you wonder if maybe he's right. Because in a world built on lies, you have become painfully good at telling the truth. At the exact moment, no one believes it. You wear masks sometimes. not for parties, for protection. A white porcelain half-mask, a black velvet domino, a veil sewn with glass beads that whisper when you move. Men love it. They think it's mystery. You know it's armor. Because if they cannot see all of your face, they cannot claim it. And if they do not claim it, you are still technically yours. You receive letters, always unsigned. Some beg, some threaten, some confess. You burn all of them, except one. It says, "You are the only person in Venice who doesn't lie for love." You keep that one under your pillow, not because it's true, but because you wish it were. Years pass. You remain, not because you couldn't leave, but because you understand Venice now. Understand that it is not a city of survival. It is a city of surrender. And you've surrendered only the parts of you that were never meant to last. Your body changes. Your clients age. The mirror becomes less kind. The perfume more precise. But your eyes, they grow sharper. Because you've seen everything and forgotten nothing. One day, a young girl is brought to you. Apprentice, protege, shadow. She is terrified, beautiful, silent. You do not lie to her. You say, "They will call you wicked. They will call you powerful. They will call you everything but what you are." "And what am I?" she asks. You smile, alive. If the masks still cling to your breath, if the canals still whisper in your sleep, join me next, not in satin, but in soot and corset, in the fog of London streets, where even shame had a price, and virtue came with lace.
Chapter 8. London's Lace and Ledger, Victorian Prostitutes and the Price of Respectability. You wake up before the city does, in a room the size of a coffin, with frost blooming on the glass like a secret too afraid to melt. Your dress is still damp from the night before. Your boots leak. Your fingers ache, not from work, but from pretending they don't. This is London, and you are one of the nameless, a working girl, a fallen woman, a line in the police blotter, a statistic on someone's desk in Whitehall. But you are also breathing, and that, in this city, is enough to be dangerous. You sleep in a brothel, not the elegant kind with wallpaper and lace curtains. Yours is made of splintered stairs and coughing behind thin walls. The madam drinks. The girls fight. The candles die too quickly. But you have a mirror. Cracked, yes, but a mirror still. And when you look into it each evening, you practice your smile, not because it comforts them,
because it protects you. They call you by a name you didn't choose. Rosie, Letty, Mary something. You answer to all of them because answering means a coin, and a coin means a bed, and a bed means fewer bruises. Most nights you take 5 men, sometimes 10. You stop counting after a while. Counting makes it real. Instead, you count how many matches are left, how many cups of tea you can stretch with milk and lies, how many weeks until the bleeding stops or doesn't. Your clients are not monsters, not always. Some cry, some say thank you, some hold you like they're afraid they'll disappear. But some don't look at you at all. They come for the illusion, the lace, the powder, the idea that you are willing. You learn how to fake laughter, how to say yes without meaning it, how to tense your muscles just enough to not feel a thing. There are laws now. Of course there are. Men with sideburns and Bibles write them to keep girls like you from spreading the rot. You are examined weekly, stripped, spread, inspected like livestock, tagged as clean or contagious. They call it protection. You call it what it is, humiliation disguised as hygiene. Men cannot be inspected, only you, because disease is never a man's fault, only a woman's consequence. Sometimes you dream of lace, not the cheap kind that scratches, real lace, the kind worn by women who never work. You once touched a lady's glove that had fallen in the street. It smelled like lilac and freedom. You kept it for a week, until the madam found it and burned it, calling you foolish. But for that 1 week, you had something that didn't belong to this life, something soft. One night, you meet a man who doesn't want to touch you, just talk. He asks your name, your real one. You hesitate, not because you don't remember it, because saying it makes you remember too much. You tell him anyway. He tells you his, and for 2 hours you speak like people who matter. When he leaves, he gives you nothing, not a coin, not a promise. But he does something no one else has done in months. He closes the door gently. You see girls disappear, to opium, to violence, to alleyways where breath doesn't echo. You mourn them quietly. There is no funeral, just one less footstep on the stairs. Sometimes you forget their faces, and that, more than anything, terrifies you. Still, you keep working, because work means warmth, because there is no other choice, because your hands know how to hold lies like teacups, delicate, precise, unshatterable. You keep a ledger in your head of what you've lost, of what you've endured, of what no one will ever take from you. You hear whispers of other girls, girls who married their clients, girls who left for America, girls who became actresses or nurses or ghosts. You don't believe in fairy tales, but you believe in luck. And sometimes, on the rarest nights, you believe in escape. You write your name once on a piece of paper torn from a broadsheet, your real name, the one your mother gave you. You hide it under your mattress, not because you think someone will find it, but because you want to remember you existed outside of this. Just once. Just in ink. They will write books about your era. They will use words like vice, epidemic, moral decay. They will not write about you. Not really. They will not write about the way you brushed your hair, or how you hummed under your breath when it rained, or how you once nursed a dying man for 6 nights straight, even after he stopped paying. But I will, because someone must, because your life was not shame. It was survival, and survival is its own kind of sacred.
Chapter 9. Guns and garter belts, prostitutes of the Wild West, and the women who owned the town. There's dust in your mouth before you even speak. Dust in your hair, your boots, your sheets. Out here in the West, even silence carries grit. You arrived 3 months ago on a train that coughed more than it moved. No one asked why you came. Everyone already knew. A woman alone, with no ring, no luggage, no man walking beside her? They know what that means. But you're not here to explain. You're here to earn. The town is barely a town. 1 saloon, 1 sheriff, 4 churches, all empty, and 17 men for every woman. The odds are in your favor, but the game, it's still rigged. The streets are wooden planks raised above horse muck. The air smells of whiskey, tobacco, and thunderclouds that never burst. You rent a room above the Lucky Lily Saloon. 1 window, 1 basin, no lock. The Madam Miss Wren eyes you like a gambler sizes up a card. Flat on the table, but sharp at the edges. You got good teeth, she says. That'll matter more than a kind heart around here. Your first night, you work the floor. Not your body, not yet. Just your voice, your smile, your ability to say, "Ain't you something?" like you actually mean it. You learn the rules fast. Pour their drinks. Don't take their insults personally. Laugh at their lies. Never, ever go upstairs alone unless they pay in advance. You see a girl forget that last one. You don't see her again. You're not shocked. You've seen worse in cities with gas lamps and marble staircases. At least here, cruelty doesn't pretend to be polite. But out here, there's something else too. Something rare. Room. Room to breathe. Room to change. Room to build a name that isn't borrowed from sorrow.
by the third week, you found a rhythm. The piano man plays out a tune, but you hum along anyway. A farmer's boy gives you a dried apple and asks for a kiss. You give him two. One of the women teaches you how to shoot, not in self-defense, in ritual. Because nothing says "don't touch me" like a woman who can put a bullet through a whiskey bottle from 20 yards out. You start wearing trousers at night, not for fashion, for running if need be. You stop painting your cheeks. The wind does it for you. You start keeping a knife in your boot, and later a pistol under your pillow. Not because you're afraid, because you want to sleep. And out here, sleep is worth killing for. The men pay you, some respectfully, some as if they're buying meat. You let them believe what they want. They think they're getting your body, but they're paying for a story. A moment where someone looks at them and doesn't flinch. A fantasy where they're worth the coins they drop on your floorboards. Sometimes you fake it. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes they cry after. Sometimes you do. But you keep your ledger. Every dollar, every name, every time someone called you darling instead of war. You're saving, not for a farm, not for a husband, for ownership. Because out here, if you own something, a room, a saloon, a name, they can't take it from you, not without a fight. And you've learned how to fight. Miss Wren dies in her sleep one cold morning. Rumor says opium, others say heartbreak. You don't ask. You just take her keys. By nightfall, the other girls are looking at you, waiting. You take the books, the money, the building. You take the risk. And just like that, you are madam now. Not because anyone gave it to you, because you took it. You change the rules. No girls under 16. No debts that can't be paid. No touching without permission. And every woman carries iron under her corset. You start buying land. 3 lots by the creek, 1 cabin, a parcel near the mining camp. Men start calling you ma'am. Some say it with respect. Some say it with fear. You prefer the fear. A preacher tries to run you out. Says you're a stain on the town. Says you ruin men. You laugh. They came ruined, you say. I just charge rent. He leaves, but not before slipping a note under your door. If you had been born different, it reads, we might have made a good team. You keep that one, burn the rest. Years pass. The saloon grows. You hire girls who remind you of yourself. Girls with no family, but fists full of determination. You let them keep most of their money. You tell them, no man here is worth your freedom, and no one's coming to save you, so build your own damn ladder. And they do. One night, an outlaw rides into town. He doesn't flirt, doesn't drink, just looks at you like you're the last candle in a very long tunnel. You go upstairs with him, not for money, not for loneliness, just for 1 hour where no one is buying and no one is selling, When he leaves, he doesn't promise to return, and you don't expect him to. But you keep the smell of his coat in your pillow for a week. They'll never put your name in the papers, unless you're shot, unless you kill someone important. But the town knows, the girls know, that you came here with nothing and built a kingdom out of smoke, lace, and grit, that you never asked permission and never gave apologies, that you weren't just a prostitute. You were the law behind the law, the mother they feared, the woman they couldn't erase.
Chapter 10. Behind the habit, nuns, need, and the women who chose silence instead. You were not born holy. You were born inconvenient. Too many mouths. Too few dowries. And so, at 12 years old, you are led by the hand through the stone archway into a world of silence, starch, and stone. This is not punishment. They call it salvation. But you know what it really is: an arrangement. The convent smells of soap and damp wood, and something older, a hush that has been here for centuries. The nun who welcomes you doesn't smile. She gives you linen, bread, and new rules. No mirrors, no letters, no voices after Compline. You are to become one of the brides of Christ. But no one asks if you consent to the marriage. Your hair is cut, not in mourning, in erasure. A clean blade down the back of your neck, a bucket of cold water, the weight of vanity gone in a single breath. You are given your first habit. It itches. It does not belong to you. It belonged to someone who left or died or disappeared into prayer so deep no one has heard her voice in 3 winters. You wonder if that will be you. There are other girls here, some younger, some older. None of them speak your name. Names are worldly. You are called Sister Scholastica, because the abbess dreamed it, because you were told to answer to it. You tuck your real name into your mouth like a communion wafer, and vow not to swallow it. You pray 7 times a day, sometimes more. You pray until your knees ache. You pray until the words blur. You pray until you forget whether you are praying or simply obeying. You confess thoughts you do not understand. You ask forgiveness for things no one taught you were sins. You listen to the priest through a screen and wonder if he can hear the shaking in your breath.
He never comments, only says, "Be obedient." That is enough. But is it? You learn the art of silence. It is not emptiness. It is a language. One glance at the refectory means pass the bread. 2 blinks after matins mean meet me in the orchard. The way Sister Helena cuts the apples means I am still alive. You carve entire novels into the way you fold your linens. You weep by how you sweep the floor. No one outside would understand, but in here, every gesture is a sentence. You find a book hidden in the wall, not a Bible, a poem, hand-written, delicate. I was not born to obey. I was born to wait, to watch the door, to pray that it would open and never close again. No name, no date, just ink. You read it at night under your blanket until the words stain your dreams. You don't know who wrote it, but you love her because you feel seen. Years pass. Your hands toughen. Your hips thin. Your face loses the softness it once had. You grow into the habit like its skin. You lead chants. You clean altars. You organize spices in the infirmary with the precision of a surgeon. You become what they wanted you to be. But at night, you still whisper your name into the folds of your blanket, just to hear it, to prove it's still yours. Once a priest visits from Rome. He is young, curious, too curious. He watches you too long during Vespers. He praises your handwriting. He asks questions. One day he says, "You would have made a fine wife." You reply, "Then thank God I wasn't given the chance." He does not speak to you again, but you see something in his eyes when he leaves. Not anger, not sadness, envy. Because you are not his. Because you do not need to be anyone's. You are 30 now. You've never known a man, not really. But you've known longing, not for flesh, for space, for something bigger than the stone walls and the silent bells. You've known desire, not for touch, but for voice, to speak and not be punished for it, to say no and not have it turned into a prayer. Younger girls join the convent, 15, angry. She doesn't kneel properly. She glares. She fights the rules like vines wrapping a blade. They put her under your care. You try to be kind, but you know where kindness leads in places like this. So instead, you are consistent. You teach her how to sweep without sound, how to hide her tears behind candlelight, how to survive. And one day, when she breaks down and says, I want to go home. You hold her hand and say the hardest truth you've learned. You will, but not the same. They will not write your story, not in parish records, not in histories of the church, not in stained glass. But someone will find your book one day, the hidden poem, the unwritten diary in your chores, the song you hummed when no one listened, and that will be enough.
Chapter 11. Verses and Velvet, the courtesans of France, and the women who wrote history with lipstick and ink. You were born too late for royalty, and too early for freedom, but just in time for the masquerade. This is France, the 18th century, a theater of powdered wigs, corsets cinched like cages, and truths whispered behind gloved fingers. And you are the sharpest woman in the room. Not because of your beauty, that can be bought, but because you write. They call you demi-mondaine, a woman of the half-world, not quite noble, not quite respectable, but always present, always glowing at the edge of someone else's spotlight. You glide through salons draped in satin and rumor, perfumed not with flowers, but with myth. A duchess says you're vulgar. A bishop says you're dangerous. A poet dedicates a sonnet to your hands. They all pay attention, which means you've already won. You did not come from wealth. You came from ink. Your father was a printer, your mother a seamstress who died too young. By 13, you were folding pamphlets by candlelight and writing marginalia that made the apprentices blush. By 15, you ran away with a violinist. By 16, you'd left him, with nothing but a stolen necklace and the knowledge that love was never as profitable as wit. You became a courtesan, not through seduction, but through conversation. You spoke like a mirror. Let men see themselves, then let them fall in love with the reflection. You quoted Rousseau and Voltaire. You made even silence feel intentional. You laughed, but never first. You touched their wrists, not their thighs. You understood that in this world, power begins in the mind and ends in the bed, but only if you let it. Your boudoir is more library than lair. Books stacked high beside rouge pots. Letters tied in blue ribbon. Sketches of lovers you kept only in charcoal and memory. You have mirrors on every wall, not for vanity, for study. You watch yourself the way a general studies maps. Every glance, every turn of the head, calculated, effective, disarming. They give you gifts: silk, pearls, horses, a townhouse with golden doorknobs.
But you know the real wealth lies in what they don't say, in the secrets spilled between kisses, in the gossip you hold like coins, in the letters you never send, but always keep. One lover begged you to burn his. You read them again before tossing them into the fire. Not because you loved him, because you wanted the warmth. You begin to write more, not poems, plays, pamphlets, fiction laced with memory. You use a pen name, a masculine one, of course. Women with names are always at risk of being erased. But men with masks, they publish anything. Your stories sell. One reaches the queen. You hear she blushed on the second page and cried on the fourth. You smile, not out of pride, out of recognition, because somewhere she too is in a gilded cage. And perhaps your words left the door open. The revolution creeps in like a shadow at the edge of a ballroom. You see it in the soldier's eyes, in the sudden hunger behind flirtation, in the way powdered wigs start to look like lies. Some of your clients flee. Some are arrested. One sends you a final letter from prison with a lock of hair and the words, "I only ever told the truth in your arms." You do not attend his execution. You go to the theater instead, because survival here is an act. Your name becomes dangerous. Too many connections, too many men with too many enemies. You change apartments. You lower your hem. You dye your hair. But you do not stop writing. Even as presses are smashed, even as salons are shuttered, even as fear becomes fashion. You write under 3 different names, 2 for fiction, 1 for revolution, 1 for vengeance. You help a printer escape execution. You hide pamphlets in your corset. You pass notes between rebels during masked balls. You never touch a sword, but you hold the weapon. And when the guillotine finally quiets and the smoke clears over Paris, you are still here. Unwed, unclaimed, unread officially. But behind every man rebuilding France is a sentence you once whispered into his ribs. You grow older, your lovers younger, your clothes darker. You're no longer the star, but stars, after all, burn out. You become the night sky itself, quiet, deep, watching. You see girls enter the salons wide-eyed, hungry for gold and verse and validation. You teach them to eat slowly. They won't put your name in textbooks. They'll say the Enlightenment came from philosophers, but they won't say who fed them, who dressed them, who taught them how to listen. They'll say Rousseau was brilliant, but they won't print the name of the woman who edited his 3rd draft and then made him cry for her forgiveness. You smile at that, because you know, and knowing, that was always your favorite form of power.
Chapter 12. Painted Faces and Perfect Silence. The Geisha of Kyoto and the Women Who Became Art. It begins with silence. Not absence, not emptiness, but deliberate, weighted quiet. In Kyoto, silence is a language, and you are learning how to speak it without making a sound. You are 12 years old. Your mother sells you to an okiya, a geisha house tucked inside a winding alley, where lanterns sway like secrets in the wind. You carry no suitcase, only your name, and soon even that will be folded away, like old silk behind the rice paper door. The house smells of camellia oil and ink. The floor creaks in a rhythm that reminds you you are not the first, and will not be the last. An older woman, courtesan, greets you with kind eyes and hands that do not shake. She measures you with one glance, nods once, and says, "If you can learn to disappear, you may one day be unforgettable." The days are long, the rules longer. You rise before the sun. You scrub, sweep, kneel, listen. You serve tea without spilling. You bow until your spine forgets it ever stood tall. Your name is changed, not erased, just hidden. You become a shikomi, a servant girl, a shadow in training. At night, you sneak glimpses of the older girls, the maiko. Their faces painted white, cheeks flushed like peonies, lips a red so precise it feels like a wound. They laugh, but only when no men are watching. They move like rain, graceful, but always falling where they are told. You do not envy them. You study them. How they tilt their necks, how they place a hairpin, how they speak 3 layers below what they mean. You watch until you forget your own body, until you too become choreography. When you turn 15, they dress you for the first time. It takes hours. Your hair is pulled, twisted, pinned into an architecture of beauty. Your face is covered in white rice powder, thick, chalky, absolute. Your lips painted in halves, because full color is reserved for those who've earned it. You do not look in the mirror, not yet. First, you walk down the hallway, past the women who once watched you sweep floors. They nod, slow, like acknowledging a blossom that has survived frost. Only then are you shown the mirror. The girl you see is not you. She is an instrument. She is invitation, and distance, and poetry made flesh. You say nothing, because even now you are still learning the art of restraint. You become a Maiko, an apprentice geisha, not a prostitute, never a prostitute. But that word follows you anyway, whispered by foreigners who do not understand. What you sell is time, attention, presence, and yes, illusion, but not of sex, of belonging, of beauty that listens without judging and speaks without burden. You entertain samurai, scholars, merchants. You pour sake, play shamisen, recite poetry. You laugh at jokes you've heard 10,000 times. But you never break character, because your character is you, and it is also not you. Some of them fall in love. Of course they do. They offer you rings, homes, freedom. You smile. You pour another drink. You change the subject with the elegance of a dancer taking one step sideways. Because love is not your profession. Art is. There is a ritual, mizuage, the selling of your virginity to the highest bidder. You are 17. You do not cry. You do not protest. You bow. You accept the money. You wear the new obi like a crown. But later that night, you press your forehead to the tatami mat and wish you were only a song again, without a body. Time passes. You become a geiko, no longer apprentice, now the thing itself. Men travel from Tokyo to see you dance. They say you move like a forgotten story, like grief wrapped in satin. You serve tea to prime ministers. You play games with generals. You make businessmen forget their failures, and poets believe in beauty again. But you never take off the mask, because the mask is not a lie. It is a truth with boundaries, a truth that cannot be owned. You write poems at night, on scraps of discarded menu paper, lines that no one will ever hear you speak aloud. I smiled so long I forgot my own mouth. I danced until the floor memorized my footsteps. I became still so the world could move through me. You keep them in a box under your bed, next to a comb and a single photo of your mother, taken before she sold you, when you still believed she would never let you go. Sometimes you visit the river alone, without the wig, without the layers, just you in plain cotton, invisible. A man once asked you, "Don't you ever want to be ordinary?" You answered, "Only when I'm already pretending." He didn't understand, but you didn't expect him to. You were speaking in a language only women like you know, the language of disappearing, so that others can remember something beautiful. You grow older. The apprentices call you une-san. They watch the way you walk, the way you pour tea, the way you say no without saying no. You teach them without speaking, because performance is inheritance, and your legacy is not what you leave behind. It's what you do so well no one even knows its work. They say geisha are dying, a relic, a flower pressed between pages. But you are not dead. You are memory walking, discipline breathing, art surviving. And in every room you enter, there is a pause, a breath, a stillness that belongs to no man, because you are not his. You are not anyone's. You are the silence they paid for, and the echo they never forget.
Chapter 13. Courtesans of the Empire, the Colonial East, Survival, and the Women Caught Between Nations. You were born in a city with no name. At least, not anymore. Every decade, the streets change their script. New rulers, new flags, new lies on maps. But you remain. Soft, unwritten, unclaimed. Your mother once called you May. Your new papers say something else. The soldiers can't pronounce either. But that's the thing about women like you. Your name was never the point. It's your silence they needed, and what you learned to become inside it. You were 12 when the foreigners came. Khaki uniforms, shiny boots, white teeth behind smoke. They grinned too easily. They built roads. They built brothels. And your city, already split by hunger and blood, was told to open itself, like a girl told to smile because the empire is watching. Your father died somewhere along the front. No body, just the absence of him. Your mother stitched clothes to survive, but they wanted something quicker, cleaner, softer. So she gave them you. It wasn't called cruelty. It was called registration, welfare, protection. They promised you food, shelter, that you'd be serving the nation. But the concrete room with bars on the window and no mirrors, that told the truth. You weren't a daughter anymore. You were a function, a title in 3 languages: comfort woman, medical asset, non-combatant property. Your room had 1 bed, 1 bucket, 1 curtain that didn't reach the floor. They pinned a number to your shirt, taught you how to scrub your skin after every man, taught you when to speak, taught you mostly not to. You cried. Then, after the 2nd week, you stopped. Not because it hurt less, but because you had learned to fold your mind like paper, tight, small, unspeakable. The other girls came from everywhere: Korea, Burma, Vietnam, the Philippines. Some wept, most didn't. One sang lullabies between clients, like maybe her voice could float out the window and land somewhere better. There was Hannah. She broke a comb and opened her wrists. They stitched her up, put her back in rotation. You never saw her eyes again, only her shape on the mattress, breathing, like a song that won't stop. You learned to survive by counting tiny things, a stone hidden in your sleeve, the way you twisted your hair, a scratch on the wall for each day, a poem you whispered to yourself every night, just to prove your mind still belonged to you. I am not a border. I am not a treaty. I am not a room. I am the girl who remembers where her mother hid the sugar. They could take your voice, but not the shape of you before the ruin. Sometimes an officer came who didn't touch you, left sweets, asked your name, and meant it. You hated him most, because kindness is a cage with softer bars, a trick to make pain feel polite, a debt disguised as mercy. Still, you smiled, because survival is strategy, and strategy begins in silence, and silence was the last thing they couldn't break. When the war ended, no one told you. The building emptied slowly. Fewer boots, less food. One morning, you woke up and no one came. It wasn't freedom. It was being forgotten. You walked barefoot to what used to be your city. Or maybe that part belonged to another girl. You've told this story so many times, it no longer fits your name. You searched for work. No one hired you. Not because you were broken, but because they could see it. The slope of your shoulders, the twitch at every kind word, the way your eyes dodged the faces of children. You weren't a woman anymore. You were history, and nobody likes to look at that for long. You got a job cleaning windows. No words, no questions. Just glass you could touch without being touched in return. You stopped telling the story, even to yourself. Folded it like paper, tucked between your ribs, bent for 50 years just to keep it hidden. Then, one day, your granddaughter asked, "Why don't you ever go to the festival, Grandma?" You answered, "Because I'm already a ghost." She didn't understand, but she remembered. You are 80 now. You've outlived the soldiers, outlived your country's silence, outlived the building that caged you. But you remember the girls, their names, their songs. You whisper them at night, not as prayer, as defiance, because forgetting, that's what they wanted, and remembering, that's what makes you still human. They built a monument last year, small, cold, unapologetic. They called you victim, used the wrong word, but you went anyway, wore your best dress, brought your granddaughter, and when the cameras flashed, you looked straight at the lens and didn't blink. Because you are not shame. You are not scar. You are a record carved into silence, still breathing, still upright, still naming everything they tried to erase.
Chapter 14. Painted Rebels. The women of Paris who fought with glamour, guns, and a smile. It begins with lipstick. Not red for seduction, red for blood, for signal, for war. This is Paris, occupied, fractured, still wearing perfume like armor and stilettos sharp enough to make the cobblestones wince. You are 21, and no one suspects you, because you are lovely, and they mistake loveliness for loyalty. That is their first mistake. You grew up folding ration cards instead of paper dolls. Your mother taught you how to bake bread without flour. Your father vanished when you were 15, not to war, but to silence. They say he was shot. They say he was a spy. They say nothing. And you have learned to survive on nothing ever since. The Germans walk the streets now, boots loud, eyes hungrier than their stomachs. They greet you with Fräulein. They don't notice the way your hands tremble. Or maybe they do. But they never expect what's underneath your gloves. They never suspect the compact in your purse hides a blade, that your perfume bottle isn't perfume, that your smile has been practiced in the mirror like a weapon. You join the resistance, not because you are brave, but because someone has to be, and because they'll never see you coming. Your code name is Violet, like the flower, like the poison. You pass messages in lipstick. You deliver radios in hat boxes. You seduce the guards with your eyes and disarm them with laughter. They think you are harmless, and so they open their gates. You never need to kick them down. Your first mission is small, a list of names, folded into a garter, smuggled across a checkpoint with a wink and a fake passport stitched into your hemline. You are terrified, but you walk like a woman late for tea, and that is enough. They wave you through. Your knees give out 3 streets later, but you did it. And from that moment on, you know. Your body will never be just yours again. It is a carrier, a courier, a decoy dressed in silk, and you will use every inch of it to fight. You meet other women. None of them wear uniforms. All of them wear courage like perfume, invisible, unforgettable, dangerous when ignited. One works at a brothel and records German pillow talk in her diary. One is a nun who hides fugitives beneath her choir robe. One bakes explosives into loaves of bread. You become sisters, not in blood, but in purpose.
You learn to trust glances, to memorize shadows, to shoot without blinking. There is a man, of course there is. He brings you cigarettes. He teaches you Morse code. He touches you like your glass. But glass breaks. So you never let him too close. Not because you don't love him, but because you do. And love in times like these is a liability, a crack in the armor, a reason to scream when silence is survival. You let him kiss you once, and then you walk away before he can say anything soft. You kill someone, not in theory, not in training. A real man, a real bullet. He reached for your bag, and you didn't hesitate. You had been waiting for the moment to arrive, and when it did, it was almost gentle. He fell. You walked away, the lipstick still perfect on your mouth. You vomited later, but not because you regretted it, but because you had finally crossed the line, and there was no going back. One night, the safe house burns. Your contact disappears. You hide in a butcher's cellar for 3 days, eating raw onions and praying to a god you no longer believe in. When you emerge, you are different. Not harder, quieter, like a blade that no longer needs to shine to be sharp. When Paris is liberated, you are there. In heels, in a coat stolen from a German officer, with a pistol under your dress and the names of 20 collaborators written on your thigh in ink. The city erupts. Flags, kisses, champagne, tears. Everyone is a patriot now. Everyone forgets so quickly. But not you. You don't cheer. You don't cry. You light a cigarette and begin walking to the next assignment. Because the war might be over, but the fight never really ends. You are offered medals, a small pension, a headline in a paper that misspells your real name. You take none of it. You disappear as quietly as you came, because that's the secret. The most powerful women in history are the ones who know how to vanish. Years later, they call you a myth, a whisper, a rumor passed between pages. They make films about you, except you're younger, prettier, and never bleed. They dress you in sequins, but forget your steel. They praise your elegance, but never your rage. Your granddaughter asks one day, "Did you ever kill anyone?" You do not answer. Instead, you reapply your lipstick, carefully, slowly, the way a soldier might clean a gun. Then you say, "Freedom is never free, but sometimes it's feminine." And that is all, because the rest still lives inside your heels, your silence, your smile. Chapter 15.
The last mirror. Memory, age, and the women who refused to disappear. You are old now. Old in the way only women can be, carrying years like hidden scars, like pearls swallowed and never returned. They think you do not remember. They call you sweetheart, dear, brave. They speak slowly around you, as if memory dissolves in the air like sugar in tea. But your memory is not gone. It's just quieter than it used to be. Like a blade wrapped in silk. Like the hush before something important is said. You live in a room with one window. It overlooks a tree you cannot name. The nurses are kind, but they don't know what you were, what you still are. They see the cardigan, the cane, the creases. They do not see the geisha, the courtesan, the rebel, the survivor, the poet. They do not see the map that's been folded 100 times, but still shows the way. You still write. Tiny thoughts in a notebook no one asks about. Sometimes only a word, sometimes a name. You once wrote, "I was everything once, and they asked me to apologize for it." You didn't. You never did. You wear perfume every day, not for others, for yourself, because scent is memory, and memory is sacred. Chanel No. 5, jasmine oil, a hint of tobacco. You dab it behind your ears, onto skin that has heard lovers gasp and soldiers beg, skin that has been priced and punished, but never surrendered. Not really. Sometimes the young aides ask about your past. Did you ever fall in love? Were you married? What did you do? You smile. You say, "I lived." They laugh, as if it's a clever way of saying nothing. But you mean it. You lived. In rooms lit by candles and war. In cities that changed names like dresses. In silence and music. In danger and silk. In obedience and defiance. You lived when it wasn't allowed. You lived when it wasn't safe. You lived when everyone else tried to turn you into a footnote. You survived them all. The men, the laws, the whispers, the forgetting. They are gone, but you remain. And not because you were stronger, but because you understood. Understood how to disappear when needed, how to reappear with intention, how to make silence louder than shouting, how to endure without becoming stone. One afternoon, you are wheeled into the garden. The sun is too bright. The air smells of lavender and something dying in the soil. A child plays with a doll on the path beside you. The doll is dressed in velvet.
You stare at it too long. Because once, that was you. Not the doll. The girl who made dolls talk when no one else listened. The girl who dreamed of being anything before becoming everything she was told to avoid. You look at your hands now, veined, soft, empty. But once, these hands wrote letters that burned down men's careers. These hands touched skin that would never forget them. These hands poured wine, folded paper, stitched wounds, reloaded pistols, buried babies, combed hair, held secrets. These hands never begged, even when they should have. There is a mirror on your wall, small, cracked, honest. You stare at it each night. Sometimes you see yourself. Sometimes you see all the women you've been. The geisha, the nun, the madam, the girl with the red scarf and a pistol in her stocking. Sometimes you hear their voices, not haunting, echoing, like applause from behind the curtain long after the show has ended. No one will write your name in the books, not correctly, not kindly. But someone, maybe a girl, will find a scrap, a phrase, a whispered story that doesn't match the lesson plan. And she will know. She will feel something stir, something powerful, something familiar. And she will not say, I want to be like her. She will say, I already am. You close your eyes. The past breathes softly behind them, not as burden, not as punishment, as proof. You remember everything, and because you do, none of it is lost. Not really.